At the conclusion of the mother-daughter class, we will be taking a short 5-minute break for pictures.
Well, folks, those of you around ringside, if you would, let's make some noise out here for our champion drive in this. I think in a very good set of does. We had a couple of those classes that got awfully deep in terms of quality, and I think as we step up here on the top end, I couldn't be happier with this set of does that we line up. I think they're all really good built females. I think that's something I put emphasis on. I love watching them things roll around the ring. They're females. I want to watch them go. We're in the show ring. I want to see how they balance, how they roll, how they carry their head carriage, their spine, how they put everything together from that standpoint. I think we get into this top end, though, and all these does, man, they're just a little different in some areas, but they all balance, they all prop up right, and man, just females, though, that I think take it to another level, proportionately take it to another level in terms of presence and just the style that they have out here. We had some really good seconds along that rail over there as we talk about them, and we had a couple of them that really reach out and grab you. Maybe in a few areas we need to change them, whether they need to make them a little better in their chest or whether they need to be built just a notch better skeletally, or does, though, that we talk about just don't have the totals like some of the others out here. That's what I put emphasis on. I like weather style, weather type does. You know, again, there's a battle between the two as we get on the shows. You know, again, this is not an ABGA show in terms of me talking about a lot of breed character, and we talk about horn shape and head shape and color and those things out here. I still think that we need to talk about good females. They need to be good uddered. They need to be good teated. They need to be does, though, that are right in terms of their horn set if they are a breeding style doe, and whether they're marked up, pigmentation, those things that we talk about in that set. I think that we talk about, though, on the other end of the spectrum, we get into some clubby does that are wild, that I think can make some really good weathers. I think it's what you want to do as a judge, what you want to do in each show. I think they all still different shapes and sizes. There's still good females that can go back and do well for these showmen. I find the female, though, that I think matches up really well. Young man comes out of a tough class, and I love that one's proportionality. No matter where that one's at in the ring, that one grabs my attention. Man, young man's an absolute hammer, getting that one to drive up in her chest plate. Check out that one's spine and pin set and how big caged and big loin that doe is, and she can still be tucked up. She's fit to a T. You get underneath it, though, man, that one's incredible in her body shapes. I absolutely love that one, young man. She's going to be champion out here. Congratulations. I think this is the battle out here. Man, that one trucks. I love that one out here to win. I think, again, we talk about these does and what we're going to do. We're going to go back and try to make the biggest difference with one and try to push boundaries with them in terms of kinds. And I think the young lady up front has a doe, though, that is so slick and good looking and profiles well. Young lady, I still go back to your third place out of that class. I thought that one, again, just resembled the most like a sheep out here. And I love that one. I loved her profile. I loved her presence. Again, when we judge the does and we get into some of these does, I like them things opened up. We need muscle in them right now in this game, and still got to keep them built right. I think the young lady comes out of a tough class. I think that doe we talked about was an outlier in terms of back and in terms of pin set. I wanted to make her a little better right here. I can't tell you how many times I've said that, though, across the country at goat shows when I want to make them a little better in in their hind wheel or want to make them a little better, it's hard to get that kind of muscle in them. It's hard to get that kind of body proportion and mass and still get them to prop up right. I like that, and that class was so tough. There was so much depth of quality in that class. We're going to keep them together. That one's going to be reserved, young lady. Congratulations.
This is your final call for the boar mother-daughter class. Your grand champion Bordeaux went to Jonah Carr, and your reserve champion Bordeaux went to Delaney Duke.
This is one of my favorite parts of the show. You get to see a thought process go into breeding on them. Again, we'll project them out. Hopefully the little one is better than as we talk about the mom on them and the dam side of it. I think, again, we've got some does out here that have really presented well throughout the day, age does that have really stood out well in the show ring. And again, reflecting back and then looking to see what they produce out here. Again, we always want to try to make them better. I thought those two young ladies throughout the day have thrown me some really good does. And again, maybe haven't caught me as far as type and kind on a lot of them, but I think you guys have so many good pieces and so many good things on those does. I think, again, they read with so much quality and just extra that they offer as females out here. I thought we had a solid second place set of does out here. I think, again, those two match up really well. As we work on down the line, a really good set. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
We will be taking a 5-minute break. First and second call for 17 to 18-year-old showmanship, break 1, first and second call. We need all senior 17 and 18-year-old showmanship to the makeup ring, like now. First call, senior 15 to 16-year-old showmanship, class 1, first call. This is also second call for 15 to 16-year-old showmanship, class 1. This is first call for senior 15 to 16-year-old showmanships, class 2, first call. and final call for senior 15 to 16-year-old showmanship, class 1, third and final call. Second call, senior 15 to 16-year-old showmanship, class 2, second call.
Well, gentlemen, we've had a nice battle out here to kick off Showmanship, and I think that we get up on the top end, and these two guys are efficient. Their speed is good, but they're still smooth as they get them out and roll. I don't have them placed yet. I'm going to talk about each one of them just a little bit right here as we get out. Young man that's here with a little lighter weight weather out here, man, buddy, I think you are just dialed in on the go. There's not another showman out here that gets that head carriage right, gets that one out to lead. That weather is really good for Showmanship, is when I can get that guy to roll out here. I love that about you. I think you're still a very good showman when we get him up on the stack and get him to drive out here. Young man in the purple, man, he gets that front end just right where he needs to be. He drives that weather so hard, and I think he's the better one at getting him to go and getting him set up from that standpoint. I think we get him out on the go. Maybe doesn't handle that weather quite as well as we set him in motion, but I think he does such a good job, though, still getting into that guy and getting him going out here. I think they're both awfully good. One's better on the go. One's better as we get him to set up, I think, and getting a little bit better drive out of him when I get my hands on him out here. I like the young man in the purple will be champion out here. Young man will be second. Congratulations to both of them. We get into two young ladies out here, and I think, again, just staying focused. When you get between both of them, they both have got to get into that chest plate and drive those weathers a little harder out here as we go. Both of them need to get in and drive these weathers a little bit harder. I thought this young lady did a little better job with that head placement and keeping that spine right out here. But young lady, as we talk about, we're getting up into his throat. I want you to work on trying to get into his chest plate, get him to drive up just a notch harder out here in this lineup. But nice job, though, keeping his spine right, keeping his rear legs set where they need to be out here. Young ladies, next, though, time to time, young lady, we get this one just a little bit twisted up in our spine, or we don't quite get this one to roll. We're migrating up, and I know you got some longer legs, and so again, we've got to get into his chest. We're getting up into his throat, though, right now as we talk about him. I want you to get a little better drive out of that guy, and then I can work you up. I thought you did a nice job on the go, though, getting him out and letting him lead. Young lady does a very solid job keeping that one set up, young lady. I just need you to give me more. When we talk about speed and efficiency and just getting that one to drive up into your chest, into his chest a little bit more out here, congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Third and final call, senior showmanship, 15 to 16-year-olds, class 2. Third and final call. First call, intermediate showmanship, 13 to 14-year-olds, class 1. Your placings for your senior 17 and 18-year-old showmanship are as followed. 8th place, Gavin Van Zyl. 7th place, Grace Noble. 6th place, Brooke Rada. 5th place, Ella Saul. 4th place, Macy Belmont. 3rd place, Grace Gunkelman. 2nd place, Mason Johnson. And 1st place, Kayla Badger. Second call, intermediate showmanship, 13 to 14-year-olds, class 1, second call.
I think we got another really good set of showmen out here. And, again, as we get into showmanship, I always say I don't have a certain style or a preference as far as how you get them shown out here. I'm all about whatever it takes out here. Each animal is different. As we come out into showmanship, though, we need them things to stand still, prop up, give me all the views, be efficient, though. And if it's a doe, get them presented the way they need to, whether you stay off of them or get into their chest. We get weathers out here. We got to get them things to drive and drive up out here. I think as we get out, though, and again, I'm not a big one on asking questions a lot. I'm not going to turn this into a skill-a-thon. We've got a big show. I want to focus on the hard work they put in. I want to see the sweat. I want to see the long nights. I want to see it out here. That's what I focus on. See the work that you put in at home to get them things right, to get them to present out here in this lineup. I thought we had some really good showmen up as we get into 5 and 4 and 3 in this class. Young lady, though, that leads off. Young lady, I'm very open about everything that I say on the mic and how I talk. I try to be as transparent as possible. You're my favorite showman that's rolled through the ring thus far. As we get out here, I don't think there's another showman that touches you in terms of efficiency, in terms of getting that one to drive and getting that one to prop up out here. And again, just all the things that you do are on another level of what I focus on and try to find showmen that can play on a big stage. Young lady, you have that in you out here. Your natural essence that you create is incredible out here. You win on this lineup. Congratulations to you. Young man's close in second, though, and I think, again, buddy, if we just polish you up just a little more on getting that one set up, I think, again, though, you do such a good job around the ring. I love how chill, laid back you are as a showman. You're not as aggressive as her. That's okay. You do such a good job making that silhouette right, keeping that head up, getting that chest plate right out here. I think there's so many good things that you do as a showman out here. Very good to be second out here in this class. Congratulations to you. I think this is where it gets a little tougher out here. I put emphasis on getting Weathers to drive and go out here. Young lady, I think, again, we got to find that happy medium out here. We're either full throttle down and he's driving, overdriving out here, or he's not giving you enough. And we're camping out and our blade starts to open up as we go. Understand your beast. In every class out here, he wants to open in his blade a little more. He's got a little chest plate in him out here. So as a showman, we've got to be mindful of that. Focus on his blade, focus on his chest, and get him to come together a little better. But I really like the way you motor him around the ring. Young lady in 4 out here gets that guy to prop up. Give me some good views out here, young lady. I need more, though. I need a better drive. I need you to get that guy set, get him to squat and roll up and drive harder out here like the young lady and young man that will lead off in this particular drive. Your eye contact is good. You did a good job on your speed, leading the line around the ring out here in this lineup. Young lady, tough day in showmanship. It doesn't take me long to understand the essence that you create with your body, that you've either shown a sheep a time or two or maybe a goat a time or two out here. You got to work his skull differently, though, young lady. And I know we talk about showing goats out here. We're twisting his head up and we're tugging on the back of his neck a notch more. And that guy, you need to get into his chest and focus on working his skull and head a notch more to get him to drive up into you in this class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Third and final call for intermediate 13 to 14-year-old showmanship, class 1, third and final call.
First call, intermediate, 13 and 14-year-old showmanship, class 2. First call.
The young lady that leads off this particular drive. And again, a notch different style of showman. That's okay, young lady. Breeding style. So let's focus on what makes a good breeding showman out here. Focus on that head and horn placement. Being able to open her head up, though, for me to be able to see that, though, out here. You keep that jawline right, though. You keep her front end squared up. You don't have her too stretched out. Off her rear, too. I think you've got her set up right where she needs to be. I think where you really capitalize, though, out here is that confidence that you exude when you're out rolling around the ring, keeping that one's head up and a good speed out here. And I think as a showman, for what you're doing out here and what you have in the ring, I think you do a very good job doing it out here. She's going to be first to win this class. Congratulations, young lady. We got a young man, though, that's driving a weather out here, and I think we can get this one just to walk and maneuver just a notch better as we get out and go, young man. I think you do such a good job getting him propped up out here. Time to time, though, we get some air gap right here. I need you to be on him and stay in him and drive him up if we're going to win showmanship out here, because you give me some good looks. You give me some of the best looks out here as a weather showman and a showman that gets in them. And, man, we need to be on that guy's chest plate and keep him driving up out here. And if you don't want to drive him super hard, we still got to get on him, though, because understand your beast. He's a little bit of a heavier weight weather. His chest plate, he does want to migrate forward some more. So as a showman, we need to be mindful. We got to drive him up, stay on his chest more out here. But I think you do a really good job, though, getting him set up and getting him to match out here. Young man that's going to be third in this lineup done a nice job working that head and getting that one's spine to try to settle in out here. Just can't get this guy to drive quite as hard and get him to go up out here. He does want to pull back and down from time to time. I want him to come up and out more like a couple of the young man in front of him as we talk about that. But one of the one that gets him set up, though, really nice, though, at the ground. Young man that's going to be 4 and 5 in this class as we talk about these two and in the lineup. I think this young man, we just got to get him squared up more. I think the same thing can be said for all three of them out here. We got to get them squared up. We got to get them in position and line right. We got to get their spine right. Remember, heads up out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is your second call for Meat Breeding Goat Showmanship, Intermediate 13 to 14-year-olds, Show Class 2. This is your second call for Showmanship, Intermediate 13 to 14-year-olds, Show Class 3. This is your first call for Showmanship, Intermediate 13 to 14-year-olds, Show Class 3. 4. We need Colin Kepler and Avery Everhart to the holding.
I think a very interesting class up here on the top end between these two. And I think as I put the pressure on the young man, and buddy, I do it to you. We do teach our showmen at home, never stop. Even when I'm on the mic, you never stop. And always try to make that one look good no matter where you're at in the ring. And I want to put it on him a little bit because that young lady right now is doing such a good job handling it, and she's hungry. She wants to win out here. Young man's doing a really good job. I thought all the way through in showmanship as we roll around the ring, dude's solid, heads up. Man, get that one out, get that one to roll out here. I thought, again, he did a better job of getting that one to drive up and come back. Young lady doesn't get that one to go more. That guy wants to pull back and down more. And right now, in this very moment, we got to get him to come up and go up just a notch better out here. I thought the young man did a really good job of that the entire time. As we get out here to the final and we get to roll him over again, I'm putting it on him and putting the jitters on him a little bit out here to see how we're going to handle it. I still think he does a better job getting that one to drive and getting that one to present. But buddy, in the moment, we got to keep that harnessed and keep that focus in on what we do to get up here on the top end out here. I thought he did a really good job. Take a deep breath, buddy. He did a very nice job up on the top end. I think the young lady in second, though, and again, just getting her to match up. Young lady, your body posture and essence is really good out here. I don't know, when you get in to drive him, you tug on grabbing on his back head just a little bit more, and when I come in to step in to handle him, that one drives up and comes up into him. This guy's natural instinct right now is to come back and down, fight you. He offsets whenever you try to drive into him. I need that one to go up just a little more and get him to work. I thought those two, it's tough. Right now in this very moment, that young lady, you can make a case for her weighing the checks and balances. 1-2 for me out here in this particular lineup. I think the young lady's next. And young lady, we came out, you were guns a-blazing. I mean, it was on. And I had you up on the top end pretty quick. As we migrate and we stay out here longer, you got to stay into that guy. You got to keep driving him, keep pushing him. Right now, we're pulling back and down and get that guy to come up in you just a little bit more. We can work you up. I still think, though, posture is good. Speed is really good around around the ring. Young lady, that's the best you've made that one look the entire time. The more time you're out here, it's the opposite, man. And again, as we migrate down talking right now, I need to switch that up. I need to right now. I think more times than not, though, you give me that and I work you up higher in this class. I thought nice silhouette. Time to time, though, we don't get those feet set right and don't get that guy driving as hard out here. I know he handles harder than that. I know you can get more out of him in this class. I think we get into two showmen, buddy. Tough day. Showmanship, okay? We got a mindset, though, where we're going to be. We always got to get better. Figure out where we need to improve on this guy and then roll with him out here, okay? Get him to set up, get him to go out here, and take a deep breath as you get out here. Young man that rounds out to talk with you about what we need to do. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is your second call for Showmanship Intermediate, 13 to 14 years old, Show Class 4. This is your first call for Showmanship Intermediate, 12-year-olds, Show Class 1. This is your third and final call for Showmanship Intermediate, 13 to 14-year-olds, Show Class 4.
Well, like we talked about, never stop showing. Sometimes it comes down to that final look. It's tough. We've got 4 and 5 of these out here that you can jumble them up however you want, and you're going to hear much argument out of me out here in this lineup. Young lady, I worked you up because why? You're the best of the rest of them, getting them to drive and getting that weather to go, getting him to be hard and fresh, keeping his front back wheels set. Right now, our front legs are way too out, though, out here. I don't have another showman, though, that gets them set up square and can still drive them like you can out here. If you could readjust his front legs every time, and I guess that's what I got real tough on you over there is because I had that guy kind of out of whack. We get him over here, and you're getting him settled in, you're getting him to rock up and go. You're the one I can get to closest match that young lady right there because absolutely, without a doubt in this class, young lady, you handle it very well. Speed, efficiency, get that one to drive, get that weather to prop up, speed around the ring is real good. Even in the midst of him fighting you, you still handle this really well out here to win this drive. Young lady, we talked about you in this lineup. You're second best. When I talk about driving them, getting them squared up just a notch more, though, and then we can give that young lady a bigger run for her money out here. I work you up, though. I appreciate you never stopping, always continuing to push. If you do that, a lot of times it will work out in your favor as we go in this lineup. Young man next, though. I started out early, really well, young man, getting that one set up. I think more times than not, you did a really good job getting him squared up. I think right now, in this very moment, though, we don't have him squared up where he needs to be, and you were focusing on pulling that head and that blade forward. There's some thought going into trying to get that guy stretched out a little more. We got to continue to go, continue to push into that guy's chest plate and get him rolling up. 3 showmen right here. All young ladies, again, we need to talk about just getting them to prop up a little square. I don't mind if you step off of them, but if you're going to, we got to remember heads up always and get that chest plate pulled up. Make sure we get into them just a notch better. Talk with that young lady a little bit. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is your second call for Showmanship Intermediate 12-year-olds, Show Class 1. The placings for the last class are as followed. In 6th place, Nicole Troyan. In 5th place, Mallory Novak. In 4th place, Hannah Austin. In 3rd place, Colton Hirschberger. In 2nd place, Madeline Smith. And in 1st place, Delaney Dute. This is your second call for Showmanship Intermediate 12-year-olds Show Class 1.
Very nice job, young lady. And again, to being out here, girls got grit. Man, I tell you what, to bet that's the wrong leg in this business to go wrong out here. That's your planting leg. That's your pressure leg out here. Young lady, I see you very much. It takes me 5 seconds to know that you're a very experienced showman out here. In the midst of that, you still handle showmanship, and I'm okay waiting for you to take a little longer on that. I thought you did a really good job. Let's give her a big round of applause. Girl owned it out here. Very good job. We got the second best showman out here getting them set up. Young lady, I like it. You got a little aggression in you. Going to drive that one. And I think, again, we got to get under control, though. I want you to get that one squared up just a little bit better out here. But, man, you give me some really good views out here. I need it more consistently, though. As we go, you had him propped up right before I pulled you. I need that every time as you come out here. I think then we get into another young lady. Young lady, I want you to reach back and set those legs. I think it'll go faster. I think it'll go better for you out here in showmanship. I think you did a nice job with your speed, though, and I want you to focus on that head just a little bit more, keeping that spine straight out here. But I thought your speed and eye contact very good out here in this class. We got two gentlemen out here, and again, we got to get them squared up a little bit more. We got to get their head up. We got to get them stretched out and set up just a little neater out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a really good class.
This is your third and final call for Showmanship Intermediate 12-year-olds Show Class 1. And first call, Showmanship Intermediate 12-year-olds Show Class 2. The placings for the last class are as followed. In 5th place, Andrew Shear. In 4th place, Colin Kepler. In 3rd place, Allison Horst. In 2nd place, Allison Weller. And in 1st place, Madison Rupp. This is your second call, intermediate 12-year-olds, show class 2. Emma Gentis, please come to the holding.
I think a very competitive class out here, and I think this class has the most give and take of any class. If you're sitting down, all the way down to 6 on this class, and you think you need to be second or third, you're not going to hear much argument out of me. I think there's a lot of things a guy could do here in the middle. I try to put focus on everything that we've done in the ring as they come through. Who drives them the best? Who gets that chest plate pulled up? Who gets them to set up? Who gets them to motor around the ring the best? Young lady, I think, again, more times than not, I don't have any other showman out here that can drive them like you do out here, and I think it takes you a little longer, but again, I get the most positives out of you as far as getting that one set up and getting them to go out here in this lineup. I think it's close, though. I think, again, that guy wants to act up, wants to pull down, and you've got to manage him just a notch better out here. I thought that's where this young lady did a really nice job, just, getting that guy to just stand still, young lady, out here. I think he wants to pull back and down, though, and he doesn't want to drive at all out here. And again, I think that guy, just to give me something on that guy as far as driving him out here. I know he handles harder than what he does out here. I think, again, though, he has a nice presence about him. If you could just get him to settle in and get him to go out here. I think those two, you can switch them up. I wouldn't argue with you one bit out here on this lineup. I think then we get into 3 and 4 on these two, and I thought the young lady did a little better job squaring that one up. Young man's a little better at getting that head up. I think both of them, we got to get on that front end and drive them a little bit better into their chest out here. I think then we get into 2 showmen having a tough time with cooperation level as far as attitude on those 2 out here. I think that young man, the longer we're out here, the better that one settles in, and the more I want to work you up. Toss up on this class. Do what you want. They did a great job out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is your third and final call for Showmanship Intermediate 12-year-olds, show class 2. First call, Showmanship Junior, 9 to 11-year-olds, show class 1. The placings for the last class are as followed. In 6th place, Aiden Snell. In 5th place, McKenna Stansfield. In 4th place, Noah McClintock. In 3rd place, Addison Flinner. In 2nd place, Kayla Swain. And in 1st place, Clara Saul. Second call, Showmanship Junior 9 to 11-year-old show class 1.
Well, I think another class, so there's a lot of give and take, and you got to dig in as a judge and sort through them. Out here, we've got some close calls as we get into 3 and 4 and 5 in this class, even up on the top end in this deal. I'll tell you where I'm at on them as we get them out. I thought that as we sort through them, young lady right here in third does the best job driving that weather. The young lady with the doe, if we could just get that one's head up, young lady, and get that one squared up just a little more, or we get her front end twisted, or we don't get her spine or her front end or her body placement just set right where it needs to be. I thought the young lady's got a weather that's a good showmanship weather, young lady. He's naturally high-headed. He wants to roll around the ring, and that helps out as an advantage in showmanship. And again, I think you do a nice job getting him squared up, getting him to drive up a little more. Again, takes you a little longer to get there as far as speed on him, as far as getting him to go. I want you to get into his chest plate maybe a notch more and get him driving out here. I thought the young lady next, though, if we could just get that one's head up, young lady, and square that one up, I'd run with you. I think, again, as a more of a breeding style type of showman with that one, you do a nice job with her. We got to remember, heads up always, whether we're on the stand right now in this moment or we walk them around the ring, heads up always as we go. Young lady in 3 in this deal. Young lady, I think a nice job. And I don't mind you put them with that one on your boots and try to drive that one. Another one, though, we got to get that head up and back. And we got to get that one head up and get it, manage that one just a little better. I thought that's where that young lady did the best job out here, managing on the go. Young lady, you were the best from that standpoint. I think as we weigh those checks and balances, that's what I see. You want to switch them up, though, or you're not going to hear much argument out of me. 2 showmen right here. We've got 2 weathers that want to pull back and down and open up their blade a little more. We got to get them to cooperate, fellas. We got to get them to drive and come up ND a little more. Talk with those 2 young ladies about what they need to do. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a really good class.
This is final call for Showmanship Junior 9 to 11-year-olds, show class 1. First call, Goat Showmanship Junior 9 to 11-year-olds, show class 2. The placings for the last class are as followed. In 7th place, Abby Rubal. In 6th place, Maya Loy. In 5th place, Brandon Raffensnyder. In 4th place, Pearson No. In 3rd place, Aliana Austin. In 2nd place, Mia Unger. In 1st place, Bailey Howman. Second call, Showmanship Junior, 9 to 11-year-olds, show class 2.
Well, I don't have them placed yet. I'm going to talk about each one of them before we place them out here. But I think compared to the last 2 or 3 classes, we really turn up the heat, though, with these 2 young ladies out here. And they push back and on me as a judge, and it's fun to sort through both of them. They're both different in terms of kinds of showmen, but that doesn't matter to me. It's all about how you present the beast and understand what kind of beast you have out here, and always understand where they need to be fixed. Focus on that as showmen and speed and efficiency, all those things we talk about. Young lady comes out and with a big frame dough that I think really does a nice job being so smooth and elegant with this dough. That dough settles in and that one just doesn't move, young lady, and doing a nice job with her. I love your intensity. I love your eye contact out here. Body posture is really good. You exude confidence as a showman out here, and that's what it takes in anything in life. As you go, keep that fire that you have out here. She wants to win, and man, she does such a good job getting that one to present. I got another young lady, though, that has an equal fire in her, though, and she wants to go. Young lady gets a little bit quick and jittery out here, though. I want you to settle in, take a deep breath, young lady, and drive that one like we were at the beginning. We get out here towards the end, and I think, again, maybe some nervousness is setting in. I don't know if the young lady's just maybe as comfortable out here getting that weather to stay and getting him to drive out here. You're doing a really good job, young lady. Just stay out of your head on that as you go, because you gave me some really good looks up front. I think you are just a notch better at getting him out and getting him to lead. I prefer watching you motor him around the ring. Young lady's top notch, though, up front. She's going to win this particular drive. We'll follow up this young lady for second. Congratulations to both of you. We get out here next, though, and the young lady, the all-brown doe out here, I thought young lady did a really nice job getting her squared up and getting her to present. Young lady, just watch her head and her neck out here. We're wanting to let her neck and blade fall forward just a notch more out here, and I think, again, we just got to get that one to set up a little square and get that one to match up and pull her front end up a little more out here. But bottom line, though, squareness on her feet and legs. Nice job speed-wise around the ring, too. I thought you did really well from that standpoint. Then we get into these 2 right here, and we got to get them set up a little square. We got to get them to present, and always remember, we stay in line and give yourself plenty of room as we go out here. Talk with these 2 showmen. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Final call, Showmanship Junior, 9 to 11-year-olds, show class 2.
Is this class?
The placings for the last class is as followed. In 7th place, Landon McClintock. In 6th place, Brooklyn Fair. In 5th place, Abby Ramey. In 4th place, Lori Bauman. In 3rd place, Emma Gentis. In 2nd place, Mallory Johnson. And in 1st place, Anderson Musser. First call, Showmanship Junior, 9 to 11-year-old, show class 3. Second call, Showmanship Junior, 9 to 11-year-old, show class 3.
love this class. This is a good one out here. Two young ladies I sift off pretty quick. Speed, efficiency. Man, they're really good at driving them out here. Young lady that wins, though. Young lady's got the eye of the tiger. I love it out here. I love your passion, young lady. At this age and this stage in the game, for you to be able to do that. And you can go ahead and show off, too, holding that in your arm, and you still driving that one out here. Young lady, I'm very impressed. First impression on you, intensity, passion. I absolutely love watching you pull that one's blade up better than anyone out here. You do such a good job driving into her chest plate and managing her out here, young lady. You win. Congratulations to you. Young lady, right now in this moment is why we're second. Right now, we got that one too stretched out, and we need to get that one in. I want you as a showman, we've got to watch this area right here. We get them too stretched. They want to hammer down in their loin, or they come apart more in their blade, and we got to get him managed up high just a little better. But man, you can drive the heck out of one and then get his head right. I want you to get just a notch more aggressive with getting his head up on the go like that young lady right there. I think both of you did an extremely good job, though, out here. Tough there on the top end. Young man came out, and I think a very solid showman, just in how he gets that one to move, buddy. I thought I was way in on you. Heads up. You do a nice job from that standpoint. We got too much air gap, though, right here on that leg, and we're migrating up into his throat, and we need to be down in that one's chest plate to drive him up more out here and manage his front end. But I think you do a nice job, though, still trying to get him set up out here in this lineup. Same thing can be said for the next two. Buddy, if we could get that one to walk better, you've given me some of the better looks out here in showmanship, and that's why you're up. More times than not, you've hammered home really hard and done a good job from that standpoint. We got to get him to walk, though. We got to get that one to move, and we get him too stretched out right now, but you do a better job driving that one than the young man in front of you in this class. Man, I've got a young lady that rounds out, though. I like your intensity, young lady. I think, again, we got to polish you up just a little bit more, though. Increase your confidence more times in the ring and stick with that. As you get out here, you have a natural body posture, and essence is good. I want you to focus getting into that chest plate and getting him stretched out a little more out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Third and final call, Showmanship, Junior 9 to 11-year-olds, show class 3. First call, Showmanship beginners, 12-year-olds and older. The placings for the last class are as followed. In 10th place, Avery Manasmith. In 9th place, Leah Hiltley. Wait, no, I was right. 8th, Adam Raffensnyder. 7th, Jameson Gentis. 6th place, Adelie Harbaugh. 5th place, Summer Snow. In 4th place, Noah Mayball. In 3rd place, Adam Miller. 2nd place, Savannah Lemon. And 1st place, Kinsley Rupp. Second call, Showmanship beginners, 12 years and older.
I think a very challenging class and in a lot of areas. I think you can switch a lot of these up over here, and I think, again, just emphasis. We've got some good showmen out here. Attitude hasn't been right, and again, we got to make sure we're letting those things out, letting them lead, and they go. I think 2, 3, 4, and 5 in this class, you can jumble them up how you want. You're not going to hear anything out of me. Where you will hear argument, though, is on that one, buddy. You win this class. And, you know, I contemplated pulling you over here, and I worked you in the mix. I ran you all the way up, and, man, every single time you came in, you drive him, you set him up. You're the best at getting him right out here. No questions asked. I think from that standpoint, and getting him to drive up has been really good out here. You win for me on this particular drive. Congratulations. This is where it gets tough, and I think the young man that's next, eye contact is good, buddy. I think speed is good. When you go around the ring, keep his head up. You stay into his chest plate. I thought you had him propped up over there when you had him up on your toes. I thought that was all right. I thought it worked out good for you guys. I know, and in this moment, I think you're doing a nice job keeping me a good silhouette. Just takes you a little longer than the young man in front of you. Right now, I want you to stretch him out and get that chest pushed up just a little more like we did over there on that side. And I think those two did a really good job from that standpoint. Then you get into 3 and 4 on this deal, and young man that's next on this lineup, good job setting those legs underneath, buddy. I think, again, we got to get that head up a little more. We got to work on just, getting that one to present a little neater out here. Spine gets a little twisted every now and then. We don't get that blade set where it needs to be. Young lady that's next in the lineup, young lady, I think you did a nice job of keeping that head presented the way you need to out here. I thought you speed was good, eye contact was good. We just got to make sure we don't get that one pulling back and down just a little bit more. We square her up just a notch more as we get in the setup. Young lady, you floated the most for me, where you belong in this showmanship class. I get some good looks on you, and in time to time, man, when that thing just doesn't want to cooperate, doesn't want to drive, and right now you've got him set up square. We got to get that head up, though, more, and just get into him and get into his chest a notch more. Good, tough class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is third and final call for showmanship beginners 12 years and older. And first call, showmanship beginners 10 and 11-year-olds.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roger Baker. I am a state trustee on the Ohio Farm Bureau Board representing Wayne County and a couple other counties. And it's my privilege today and Wayne County Farm Bureau to host Congressman Max Miller. Congressman Miller, he's a freshman in Congress. Those of you that vote, I hope the whole room has, would know this, but what's something kind of special about Congressman Miller is he is on the House Ag Committee, and and we haven't had someone from our district serve on the House Ag Committee for quite a long time. My tenure on the State Farm Bureau Board, Sherrod Brown's been on the Senate House Committee, so it's kind of nice that we've got both sides covered here. Matt, I will tell you that Max he spends monthly meetings in our district with farmers. He has his own peer group of farmers representing his district, and we all get together and talk ag issues, so he's done a good job. We have the president, I don't know where he's at, but we've had the president of Stan Smith of the Wayne County Farm Bureau, and a trustee on the board, Kevin Unger, also here today, along with Frank Becker, a trustee, and also your ag extension agent. So we're going to turn this over to Max. Max, have a few words with your people.
Thank you, Roger, and I'll keep it brief. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's here, and thank you to everyone who's a part of 4-H and keeping agriculture alive, and to all of our farmers. On the Agriculture Committee back in D.C., we're working hard on the Farm Bill, co-sponsored E15 year-round, and making sure we have sustainable aviational fuels while working on crop insurance and the farm safety net. If anyone here is a veteran, or if you have trouble with insurance, whether it's healthcare or the IRS or immigration, please contact our offices. We are here. We are in Cuyahoga County and Parma, and also Medina County, right in downtown Medina Town Square. If you have any of those issues, please contact our office. You all already pay for these services. Please use us as your legislator to represent you and to get the work done on your behalf. Thank you very much, and God bless you, Wayne County. Let's have a great fair. Thank you.
The placings for the last class are as followed. In 10th place, Ryan Weller. In 9th place, Hannah Stoll. In 8th place, Brennan Flynn. 7th place, Cadis Porter. 6th place, Emily Smith. 5th, Becca Hiltley. 4th place, Ellis Dobes. 3rd place, Isaac Raffensnyder. 2nd place, Joshua Austin. And 1st place, Mason Rupp. This is second call, Showmanship beginners, 10 and 11-year-olds. Rogan Clark and Olivia Welch, please come to the holding.
Well, first off, I would like to say that I think it is extremely important and special that we have a congressman, we have government officials that come in, people that can help control and do the laws and help us to promote and push for what we want to do. Because, you know, I don't know about you guys, I want to continue to keep doing ag. I want to continue to keep doing the show thing. And, man, the guys like that help make it possible and do those things. And I think it's so important and special that that they're here to help support you guys out here because there's a big gap. There's a big disconnect right now between government and between us and what we do in our livelihood, and I think that is very special and very important out here for you guys to be able to do that. I think as we talk about what we can do out here as individuals in this showmanship class and stay committed to those things that we've talked about throughout the day, I thought this young lady did it pretty spot on, young lady. I've asked each of these showmen to come in. What do we got to do to win showmanship? We got to be efficient. We've got to get them to drive. You got to get them to set up square. And young lady does it, and does it in a quick fashion out here. I think she did a really good job just motoring him around the ring. A pretty solid showman out here, young lady, to win this lineup. Congratulations to you. I think we get into 2 and 3 on this deal, and the young man that's second out here, I'm talking about just a different style of showman, but what he does so well, there's not many showmen out here that get him squared up like he does. Get that one to present. Keep that head up out here. His speed is really good around the ring. I think, again, young man, we just got to work on just getting that one stretched out maybe a notch more if I'm going to get picky on you, or maybe tell you as we talk about her out here, just getting that top line organized just a little bit better out here to get around that young lady that wins. But I thought you did a very good job, young man, in your own right to be second out here in this lineup. 2 different showmen, both of them with real quality, though, that they exhibit out here with their animal. I think then we get into 3, 4, and 5 on these set of goats. And young lady, I think early on we were doing really good. Head up. As we get out here longer, though, that blade is wanting to migrate, and I want you to stay strong all the way through because I had you up as we talk about knocking on that young lady that wins, and right now we're camping out a little bit and we're getting those feet and legs set up. I want you to stick with it, though. Give me what you did in the beginning, all the way through in this lineup. We get into the 4 and 5 out here. I think both of them we got to work on getting them to manage and walk just a little bit better out here as they get in the lineup. I thought this young lady a little better at getting them set up. This young lady's having a tough time. Attitude on that one is no bueno, young lady, but I know you're trying to do what you can out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
This is third and final call for showmanship beginners, 10 and 11-year-olds. Will Zion Gosser and Skylar Poston please come to the holding? The placing for the last class is as followed. In 8th place, Ethan Schocken. 7th, Catherine Saul. 6th place, Case Morlock. 5th, Margot Johnson. 4th, Samantha Everhart. 3rd, Riley Mullet. 2nd, Ashton Musser. 1st, Aubrey Lingle.
Well, young man, I said early on, I'm pretty transparent. I tell you exactly where I'm at. If you'd have told me that you were a first-year showman on Showing Goats, I'd have never believed it. I think that is maybe the best compliment I can give you out here. And I'm sad that I'm assuming you're timing out. I kind of wondered out here. Man, dude, you should have gotten with it sooner on that. You're a heck of a goat showman out here. Whoever taught you, kudos to them. They did a great job out here. As we get out here, congratulations to you, buddy. You did a really good job getting that one propped up. Did a really good job getting that one managed out here. For me, you win this class. Congratulations. We get out here next, though, and young lady does a really nice job setting that one up, getting him squared up, young lady, and doing a really good job getting into that chest plate and managing his head. I want you to be a little faster. I want you to be a little more sure of yourself out here, and I know it's first time, but as we talk about that, that young man creates a big confidence gap, and a gap there that you've got to overcome if we're going to win showmanship. I want to speed you up just a little more and just manage that one's head just a notch better, but I thought you did a very nice job out here, young lady, to be second in this lineup. We get into the next ones, 3 and 4 in this class, and young lady does a better job driving that one. We just got to manage his top line a little better, young lady. And we're talking about this right here in this area. I want you to manage his head, his neck, and get him propped up more. Don't let him open his blade and camp out and push his chest down. We got to get him up more, but I think rear wheels and so front legs are set good. You're trying to focus on that. That's better as you migrate him up in this class. I think the young lady that's next in the lineup, young lady, you just got to watch your body placement. I know you got to get more comfortable about where your legs need to be. Right now we're in his throat. I want you to get in his chest or get on each side of his esophagus, but he has to breathe while you drive him out here, and I think that's the key on him. Keep working at it, though, as you go in this deal. Young man, two fellas we got next, though, in this lineup, just got to be faster, got to be a little more efficient, get him set up a little square, and get those weathers to drive a little more and get him to handle a little harder as we get out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a really good class.
This is your first and second call for beginners 8 and 9-year-olds. Show class 1. Can Cadence Horsky, Lindsay Neff, Daniel Schocken, and Gavin Snyder please come to the announcer stand? This is third and final call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old show class 1.
I would do this back.
After the pro showman drive, we'll be taking a 15-minute break for pictures. The placing for the last class is as followed. In 6th place, Daniel Schocken. 5th place, Gavin Snyder. 4th, Lindsay Neff. 3rd, Cadence Horsky. 2nd, Kara McKay. And 1st, Jonah Carr. This is first call, Showmanship beginner, 8 and 9-year-old show class 2.
What an awfully good class we have out here, and so many things to talk about as we get rolling. And I think as we get out here, top two young ladies do a really good job, and they're both very different. And this young lady's very laid back, and I think she does a nice job just getting that dough presented, still trying to keep that head up out here. I thought the young lady up front with that weather, though, can give me some of the best looks, young lady. I thought you did such a good job keeping his head up and keeping him driving, and I thought it was more consistent than not out here. Man, that's so good, though, in the way your body placement's on the front end of that one. Time to time, when you don't get those front legs maybe set, or those rear legs are a little off, but in the grand scheme of it, young lady, there's not many out here that challenge you from an essence standpoint, and being able to keep that one together and keep him rolling out here, I think you did such a good job from that standpoint. Young lady that's second, though, you did a very nice job. Eye contact and speed around the ring. Young lady, I don't mind if you stand off of him, but if we're going to do that, though, we got to make sure that that head is up more. We got to make sure our front legs aren't out too far, and that our shoulder blade is squared up, and that we're propped up right if we're going to stand off of him. And I think time and maturity, you'll understand that as you keep going. I want you to remember that. Keep focusing on that, because I think you do such a good job, though, with your body posture, your speed, your confidence out here. There's so many things that you do well, young lady. We just got to tweak on that just a little bit as we roll out. Young man, that's a nice job, buddy. Man, you're sweating out here, getting after it. Got a fire in him. He wants to win this deal. He gets me some good drives out here. We got to get him squared up better, bud. We got to get that blade and that chest plate squared up. We're a little twisted and torqued out here, but man, you gave me some good looks along the sideline over there, and I think that's what works you up. That right there is better as we go in this deal. Young lady that's next, though, and the two that we have, young man gets that one just a little too stretched out here, and I think the young lady, just talking about that one, we got to get that one's blade pulled up, young lady. Right now we're wanting to open, and I want you to see this right here. This right here, we got to get that pulled up and get his chest plate pushed up any more out here, and I think then we can manage him just a little bit better from that standpoint. Young man, we got to get that one shortened up just a little bit more. I thought a really good set of showmen. I talked with each one of them out here. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Final call, Showmanship Beginners, 8 and 9-year-old, show class 2. First call, all showmanship class winners. The placing for the last class is as followed. In 10th place, Zion Gosser. 9th, Aaron Welch. 8th, Amia Higgs. 7th, Skylar Poston. 6th, Luke Taylor. 5th, Matthew Taylor. 4th, Claire Keener. 3rd, Caden Shepard. 2nd, Andy Weisengarber. And first, Sierra Bauman. Austin West, please come to the holding.
Don't ever stop. Don't ever let up on them as you go. And just remember that as you get older and as you continue to go, never stop pushing, no matter where you're at in any part of the lineup. I think as we get down 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in this class, I think a guy can sort that however you want. You're not going to hear any argument out of me. If you think you need to be in second and you're sitting 4, 5, 6 out here, it's not going to find any argument. Young lady, I haven't got a chance to see you today. I believe this is the first interaction today. Young lady, I'm all about your first impression, that confidence you exude. You come out of the gate right there and it's game time. And it takes a good showman to get around that confidence, that assurance that you have of where that front end needs to be. Man, you drive the heck out of that weather though. I love watching you motor him around the ring. You're going to make this final very fun, young lady, as we get out here. Congratulations to you. You did a very good job. I'll tell you what, young man, I guess the longer you're out here, the better it gets, buddy. And I want you to remember to breathe, okay? As you get out here, you're getting a little stiff on you. I don't want you passing out on me in this deal. I thought, buddy, this is a big weather for you to handle. I want you to remember, though, you got to keep that neck and front end on that side of the body, okay? Create that pocket like you were earlier, okay? And I know, again, we're getting some jitters out here. I thought he gave me some good views, though. I thought he did a really nice job. Once he settled in, you handled a bad attitude one, buddy, and you did a good job with it, okay? I want you to go back to the pen, keep working on it, get ready for class as we get out, though, because that's a very nice weather that you have out here. Congratulations to you. As we get out here next, though, in 3, 4, and 5, and 6 out here, I think again, I'm going to talk to all 4 of them as a whole out here. I think we got to focus on, remember, how much gap. You can control the amount of gap in front of you, okay? That helps you give yourself enough room. If somebody gets up on you, you have enough room to pull up. But always remember, we're going to do heads up out here. We're going to get them to walk. I talked with this young lady about what things that we needed to do out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
This is your final call for all showmanship class winners.
Well, I believe we're rounding out on our showmanship as we go. Man, it's been fun. We've had a lot of good showmen. I am so excited to sort through this final as we find your top showmen out here. And I think as we've had some tough classes, we've had some tough spots out here, tried to find the showmen that stand out, that are aggressive, and yet still, again, how efficient and able to set them up and get them squared up and get them to stay. And they show out. They know the faults in them. I think, again, young lady has got the makings of a very good showman out here. Get him squared up, young lady, underneath. I thought you did a very nice job getting into his chest and driving him, managing his head, his spine straight. I think you've got all those mechanics down to really start pushing yourself as you continue to go in showmanship out here. But I thought you did a rock-solid job, young lady, to win this drive. I thought we'd get up into second, and the young lady in the pink, another one that did a really good job, and I thought she was the best at getting into their chest right here, young lady. There's not another one out here that's better than you right there. I thought, again, very nice job, young lady. As we get out here next, though, I thought, again, you just need to get his legs squared up like young lady in front of you. We need to work on not twisting that head up so much. But, man, young lady, I love how you get into his chest plate. There's not another one out here that does it like that in this lineup. Young lady that's next, though, I thought you did, of the remaining three, young lady, the best out moving them around. And I thought, again, though, nice job managing that head out here. We're getting our blade too far forward and in front of our front legs. I want you to stretch him out. Get his front legs, pop him forward, out here forward, and I think then it'll get a little better for you out here. Very nice job to you, young lady, out here. I talked with this young lady a little bit. Don't brush it off, young lady. I didn't see anything. It's okay. I thought, again, at your age, I'm get more lenient about if the lead comes off or if they let go of them out here. And again, we're trying to learn out here. I thought you did a nice job, young lady. Eye contact is good. I thought, again, your speed was nice. I want you to work on getting them squared up more, get that blade squared up more, and get that top line together just a notch better out here. Nice job, though. Heads up out here. Young lady that rounds out, thought it was tough. Young lady, eye contact is good. Thought your speed was very good around the ring. We got to get that one stretched out, though, and get that head up just a little bit more out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Let's get ready for that final.
We are now ready to show for our overall pro meet goat showman. At this time, we'd like to recognize the showmanship class winners. For the 17 and 18-year-old class 1, Kayla Badger. 15 to 16-year-old class 1, Olivia Stoudemire. 15 to 16-year-old class 2, Adeline Musser. 13 to 14-year-old class 1, Austin West. 13 to 14-year-old class 2, Delaney Duke. 13 to 14-year-old class 3, Madison Rupp. 13 to 14-year-old class 4, Clara Saul. 12-year-old class 1, Bailey Howman. 12-year-old class 2, Anderson Musser. 9 to 11-year-old class 1, Kinsley Rupp. 9 to 11-year-old class 2, Mason Rupp. 9 to 11-year-old class 3, Aubrey Lingle. Beginner 12 and older, Jonah Carr. Beginner 10 and 11, Sierra Bauman. Beginner 8 and 9, class 1, Brenley Bollinger. And beginner 8 and 9-year-olds, class 2, Regan Mullet.
Let me make sure that's it.
After this class, we will be taking a 15 to 20-minute break and be taking photos. Your judge today is Sam Mattingly. Sam is from Lebanon, Indiana, where he and his fiancee own and operate Mattingly Sheep Company with his family. They raise and sell club lambs along with marketing semen through their stud rams. He's a past member of livestock judging teams at Black Hawk East and Western Illinois University, where he helped coach for 2 years. He's a control specialist at Riley Hospital for Children. He enjoys traveling across the country, judging stock shows, and working with the youth. Please welcome him to Wayne County.
Well, folks around ringside, let's make some noise out here for our champion showman. Well, first off, I want to start by talking about some of these guys over here. You made it out here, we won our class, and now we're trying to win showmanship. Young man in the purple here. Young man, time to time, we let that Weathers blade fall forward just a little bit. I want you to work on pulling his blade and neck up just a notch more. There you go. Just get him up. Sometimes it looks like we're camping out a little bit from time to time. I'm getting tough on you because that's a nice weather that you have, and I want you to pull him up just a notch more in his front end. I think as we get him setting up just a little bit square and making sure that we get him set right the first time as we go. Young lady's doing a really good job out here getting that one set. Attitude on that one is not going well for some of them out here. Young lady, we get into the final and we don't get that front end set up like we did in class. I want you to work on getting that front end squared up just a little more. I did want to talk about you though. I thought you did a very nice job too. Buddy drives the heck out of him, and I think again we got to get that under control and polish that up a little bit about getting those feet and legs and front end position where it needs to be out here. But I thought they all did a very nice job. I wanted to talk about them real quick. These are my six. These are my six I'd put up against any of them today as we go out and roll. And I'm talking about every single kid out here, but I thought they did a good job. It's the final. You know, you guys been putting in hard work and getting after it out here. So let's talk about you. Young lady up front, I love the intensity. I love the elegance. She's got the look of what I would consider a bigger stage type showman. What do you do to separate yourself on that end? You have got to be on point every single time, and she does that. She's a hammer out here, getting that one to set up, getting his blade propped up, and man, young lady, I love watching you motor him around the ring. It's pretty spotless from that standpoint. You know, talking about the young lady next. The longer we're out here, young lady, the more I want you to drive into that guy. But I'll tell you what, young lady, and I'm going to call you out a little bit because I got you in here in the final. Those legs are not doing what they were in the beginning, and I need you to stay strong. I know it hurts. We're trying to win showmanship. We made it to the final, and there's a bunch over there that would kill to be in this six right now. So squeeze down, hunker down, grab some grit, and get after it on that one because I know you're a good showman, and you've done a really good job out here in this lineup. Young lady right here is getting after it. Man, just driving the heck out of that weather, getting him to balance, getting him to use them hind wheels, and getting him to push up out here. I think that one, though, know, as we talk about just get him out, as she manages his front end so well. You know, young lady, that's a gamble in showmanship. That one right there is a lot harder to manage, but if managed properly, speaks noises as a judge out here. So again, roll the dice, see where it's at. I think it's working out good for you out here so far. I think then, young lady, I absolutely wanted to talk about you for your age, and out here, I thought you managed that one really well. I think you're one of the best at walking them around the ring out here, and I want you to hang your hat on that as you continue to go. I absolutely love your intensity, and I tell anyone around the ring, that is so hard. It is so hard to replicate that at that age, young lady. It just, you either have it or you don't out here, and you can build it. As we get older, it's hard to start out where you're at. I recognize that. Please keep pushing, young lady. I think you have an extremely bright future as you go. Young man, just absolutely killing it. And obviously, I'm a fan of that one as we get out here, but I think, again, that silhouette that you create, the way you manage that head in the process and manage that one's spine, and the way you set them out in motion. When I ask you to work around them, you do such a good job from that standpoint. Young lady that's in 6 over here, young lady, I just absolutely have enjoyed. I speak loads about you at the beginning. I said some pretty big things about you in class, and I think, again, you come out here and you are just a heavy hitter, and again, just absolute elegance that you present. It is incredible to me. Young ones around the ring, individuals around the ring, watch her. I would, and again, I do that at any show with any of our showmen out here. Again, we keep each other propped up, give each other credit when it's due. Even if we're not on the same team, recognize where that is very good out here. You guys have done a good job pushing. I've seen the sweat. I've seen the long nights out here. Continue to go. Young lady, keep driving that weather. Don't stop. And right now, I need you to stay on him out here as we go. This young lady down here on the end did an incredibly good job out here all day. I can't say enough about you, young lady. I don't have much for you other than I think you need to win this deal. You're going to be champion.
The overall pro showman for today's Meat Goat show is Olivia Stoudemire. Congratulations. We'll now take a 15 to 20 minute break.
Hello? Jonah Carr, if you are in the building or a representative, could you please come over here?
This is the first call for Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Goats, Break 1 and Break 2. This is the second call for Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Goat Class 1 and Class 2. This is the final call for Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Goat, break 1 and break 2. This is the first call for Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Goat, break 3. This is the second call, Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Goat, break 3.
Man, we had a really good set of does, and the showmanship was so much fun, sorting through all the classes that we had. I love the amount of recognition that we can give and get these guys back out here, get them as much ring time as we can. Same things are going to apply when we get in there. Man, I want to keep them as good looking as we can and jam as much muscle in them as we can. And I think big featured ones that are good looking, that are round bodied and big pinned out here, that is an extremely good way to start, young lady. That little weather right there is spot on, yes. I really like him awfully lot, young lady. In terms of feature at the ground, that guy's got a ditch down his back. He's really good looking up front. And man, that is a giant hip that he has. The only thing he needs is time and feed, young lady, and I do like him an awful lot. I think the other good muscled one, the other big loin, big stifled one in class that has feature is this guy right here. He's not as big right here in his engine, and he's not quite as good in terms of his physical fill and just where he's at maturity-wise right now, and I don't read him to be quite as good off those rear two. He gets a little bit straighter versus that guy, but I think those two are the safe bets up high that have muscle, have some presence, and look about them out here in this deal. Young lady that rolls out next, I love the profile on this goat, young lady. Length of hip on him is good. He's got a really good length of neck on him. I wish he was bigger right here out of the backside of his blade. I need that guy to be manlier. I need him to open up bigger on each side of his stifle. Let's blow him apart and get him around those two. That's what we got to do from there. But I think presence on that guy keeps him up. Top three for me in this class. We get into 4 and 5 on these two, and again, this guy's center cage is a lot better than the one in front of him. What's interesting though is that guy's got a bigger loin in front of her. I wish this guy was a little bigger right here, young lady, just fresher and had a little more shape in him. Done a nice job feeding on him though. He's still really nice. I think he's got a good physical fill and good feature on him out here. Young lady that rounds out, this is the tough one for me to figure out where he fits, young lady. He needs more muscle. I need a bigger back, a bigger chest in that guy, but I love the way he profiles out here. Man, if his hip and britches were just a little bit bigger, I'd run him up higher in this class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Well, judging by the quality of showmen and the quality of stock that we've seen thus far, I know this weather show and this, as we start getting up, and it's going to get tough, and it's going to be tough in a lot of areas. And again, everybody wants to win. I'm going to give you the best evaluation that I absolutely can every time I come in the ring and you guys roll through. I put emphasis on rib cage. I put emphasis on back shape and pin set and stifle and feature out here. And I've got two really pretty weathers out here, and I've got a weather up front though that is, and we talk about getting market livestock on a 3/4, and this guy is the biggest here. He's the biggest in his stifle. He's the biggest featured. He's the biggest loined. He's the freshest one. He's the heaviest muscled one. He's got good length of neck in him out here. His flank hasn't matured yet. He's a little steeper off the top of his hip, but that's a lot of boxes we're checking, young lady, in a market class out here. And I think as that guy continues to mature, that is a big back, big pin set in that guy, and he still props up well from the side out here. To me, he's the hardest to pick holes in from my standpoint. I love the profile of this weather. I think this guy is the best looking one in the group. I think he's the fanciest one from the side. Young man, the question to you is he big enough in his loin? Is he big enough in his hip and stifle? Because of the top four, that one's the narrowest right here in terms of muscle, in terms of pin set, in terms of just heart and engine in that guy. I wish he had more. I love his profile. I love his presence, though. I think he's incredible there. If he had a bigger hip, he walks this class out here. I think then we get into another goat, though, that I love how smooth and proportionate this guy is. I wish he had more shape, young lady, right here out of the backside of his blade. I wish that guy was a little better into his loin and how he matches up. This right here, though, is better than the one in front of you. You're better in your hip. You're better in your stifle than the guy in front of you. Man, if his rib cage was just a little bit better in his shape, I'd use him to win this class, no doubt about it. That's how tough it's going to get up here in this top end. Young man that rolls out next, same story on this goat too. Young man, I wish this one just had a bigger rib cage. I wish he had a bigger front leg and a bigger chest. His loin's really good though. He's got a really nice hip out here. Just up front, we got to change that guy in a few areas, and we can make him up and roll. But I think that one definitely fits in the top 5 out here. Young lady, I'm going to grab that doe up here. What's she do better than the rest of them? That one handles with freshness and shape in a market class. We got to build her a little better though. We got to make her smoother down her top line and make her a little better up in her front end right there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a really good class. Well, we get out here, and I believe we're doing a top 5 in each division as we bring top 5 out of each class. And I think we got 2 class winners that read with real muscle. The biggest part of their body is their hip and pin set, and they roll up into a really good front end and neck. And, man, their big back, their giant loin out here. I thought those 2 were really good from that standpoint. Young lady, I'm all in on this little weather out here. Man, I think that guy is awfully good, and yes, he is, young lady. That one's height and touch and pin set and feature. I wish you could get him to show out here. I wish you could get him to drive a little bit better out here. For me, that guy is in a league of his own on this deal. He's going to be champion out here in this division. Congratulations. So we get out here next, though, and we're still going to reach down 5 deep in this deal. And I think that class winner out of that deal just needs to be better in his flank. He needs to mature just and drop down. But I think when that guy fattens up, that is a giant back and hip in him, young lady. Still runs uphill. That guy's going to be reserve out here. Congratulations. Young man that's second out of that class. I thought that guy's proportions and body lines from the side are awfully good. I wish he'd leave me stouter, young man with a bigger pin set, but I like him third in this division. Congratulations. We roll out next, though, and I thought the build quality on that one, young lady, that's got the big painted weather up there, I think that guy is awfully good, too. We're going to roll him next in this lineup. Congratulations to you. We got one more spot in this deal, and I think the young lady that's second out of that class had a goat that had a lot of good muscle in him. We talked about his hind wheels, young lady, and just a few areas on him, but I think that guy follows suit up in this, and he's going to be 5. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is the first call for Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Goat Break 4. This is the second call for Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Goat Class 4. Matthew Taylor, please report to the holding area for Class 4.
Well, I think we have a really good place to start up here on the top end, and just a doe, though, that's incredible, and how her blade assembly is for as big-backed and big-pinned as she is. I think that one skeletally underneath is built right, though, and she reads genuine. That one's big up high, that one's wide down low, too, and man, that one balances really well, handles fresh, young lady. I like watching her motor around the ring with all that muscle that she's got. She wins for me out here. I think the other good built one from the side that I can find that's fresh and attractive, man, I like this guy's loin. I think it's really big in him. I wish he was a little stronger right here, young lady, and just had a notch better upper hip in this guy. He's got a really big flare to his stifle, though, out here. I think there's a lot of good in that weather out here. He props up good, fresh, shallow, and attractive there. I like those two an awful lot there. I think that we talk about the top three. We need them fresh. We need them things to have good, genuine shape up high when you handle them out here. And I thought this guy needed to be better, buddy, just in terms of freshness. I wish that guy shaped up a little more. Man, that is a big, meaty loin that guy's got in him, though, out here. A little steeper in his hip, a little straighter off the rear, too. But, man, done a nice job feeding him. He's got a good chest in him out here. I like those top three in that end. I think 4 and 5 get awfully close, and this guy floats the most for me, young lady. I do like his pin set. I think he's one of the bigger hipped ones out here. From there forward, though, man, I need that loin to be bigger, and I need that guy to hit me just more manly right out of his shoulder blade if I'm going to roll him up higher. But I love his center cage, though, and like we talked about, though, that guy's got a really nice hip on him out here. I think we get into 5, and the young man has a goat that's really balanced, and I think he proportions well from the side, buddy. So when we step in behind him, I need that gal to be a little better in her rib cage. I need her to be bigger backed out here if we're going to work her up. But man, that's a tough class, really solid. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is the first call for Wayne County Born and Raised Meat Market Go Class 5. Adam Rafe Snyder, please report to the makeup area with your goat.
Well, I think something to keep in mind as we go out throughout the day, not every class is the same, and every class presents a different challenge or a different set of priorities as you get through. Just judge them. Judge them as they come in the ring, and I think each class you got to take differently as a judge and be open-minded as you go. I think as we get out here, we don't have a goat in this particular drive that's just chock full of muscle, that's opened up, that's big-backed. So I think in this class, muscle is kind of a wash when we talk about that out here. So I'm going to focus on build quality. I'm going to focus on feature. I'm going to focus on neck and pin set and the style in them. And I think when you do that, this guy has enough muscle, young man, to win this class because he is one of the better ones in terms of his loin. He is really good out of his hip and stifle. And I think that guy's feature and just presence that he has keeps him up in this class. Now, ideally, I want him to have more, but I think that's kind of a saying that I have maybe for this class. as we get out here, but I think a lot of good goats, though, that get out here. I think this guy's build quality is awfully good, too, young lady, and man, I wish that guy's rear legs maybe were a notch bigger. Wish that guy was a little bigger underneath, but I like his freshness out here. You know, he's maybe not quite as good right here in his loin as the guy ahead of him, but you are better here, young lady, and I think, again, just talking about those two, you want to switch them up? I wouldn't argue with you one bit. I think both of them are the two wethers, though, that have the build quality, though, to be up on the top end. I think then we get into third, buddy, and that one by far and away is the biggest loined one out here. That guy's edges are wild right there. You know, again, though, just wants to get a little plainer, a little deeper in his blade, and doesn't quite be as fresh and just shapely right here out of his blade, and just get that guy to be a little better in terms of build. When we talk about him, and done a nice job feeding on him, dude, and like you talked about, I really like his loin out here. I think then we get into two wethers out here that have a really good functional rib cage in them. They're good in terms of their depth out there, and they both balance up well. And again, they're just talking about needing their rib shape to be better. Need this guy's fore rib to open up bigger and rounder, and need him to be bigger in his loin. I think same thing can be said for this one, young man. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a good class.
This is the first call for Wayne County born and raised meat market goat class 6.
I think this is one of the interesting aspects of bringing 5 out and then selecting 5 for the division is, it's going to get interesting on some of these, what you do as a judge. I thought the last class that came out was a good, solid class. I thought there was some feature. I thought there was some touch. I thought there was a good loin shape in that class. I thought it was really solid. I get out here, though, and, man, these 5 in this class are awfully good. I think they all push what I need out here. I like all 5 of them quite a bit. I'm going to take all 5 out of that initial class in this division. Champion, reserve, 3, 4, and 5. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Abby Woolball, please report to the holding area at this time.
Where we get out here, and I put a lot of emphasis on getting them to move, and obviously we need muscle in them, but I'm not here to pound them out. I mean, I still want them things to have look, lines, and presence. I still want them to be built right and fresh. We're in the show ring, but man, they got to have muscle. These two up on the top end, three, I think top three out here are manly. Man, they're big back, they're big loined out here. So I'm going to put some emphasis on some skeletal build, and amongst the three that are really good backed, that one's the best built one in class, though, buddy. We hit him in motion. It's not even close on that dude. I think his upper blade ties in right. He's smooth over the point of his shoulder. But, man, that is a big, hard, fresh back that guy's got. That's a lot that I've asked for a lot of the goats that have come in the ring. That's what I've needed. As we get out here, I like him to win. I think the other powerful, big backed one out here, young lady, we haven't handled one yet today that's as big as what that guy is. And I thought maybe he'd have a little on him. Then he doesn't. That is a giant just shape that he has out of his blade. He gets a little crusty up in his chest, gets a little prominent in his chest plate out there, and that guy just doesn't handle himself as well when we set him in motion. But check out that guy's chest and how big-ended that one in leaves you. And he's still good-necked out here. There's a lot of good in that guy. I'm going to take the better-built one out of the two out here. Young lady, a front two-thirds of this one, I dig. I'm way in on that. His blade is right. His neck sits up right on the top side of his shoulder. That is hard and fresh. His loin is just crawling up out of him. I wish this was better. I wish he was a little squarer and bigger right here out of his hip and his stifle like those two up front, though. And I think that's what keeps him third for me out here. I've done a nice job feeding on him, though. That guy rockets uphill, though, in class. I think this one can definitely be third, young lady, and this one's the most different of the set out here. Of the top four, that one, for me, is the plainest and narrowest in his loin and his rib cage. stage out here. From this view, he's fourth for me. From this view, though, he can work his way up into the top three pretty quick, young lady. I love his presence. I love his chest plate and how it sets in him. Man, if he just had a little more muscle, I'd run with him out here, young lady. I like his presence. I think then we get into 5 on him, and this one's a lot harder and fresher. This guy actually has more real muscle than what that guy does as they leave you out here. He's not as fancy in his build, though. He's not as good in terms of his blade design. I want to drop his flank down just a notch more out here. Man, that's an awfully good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
This is the first and second call for lightweight and middleweight champion and reserve champions.
Well, we get out here in a very good class, and like we talked about earlier, each class is different, and you just judge what's in front of you and try not to get preachy on them, and you know, just what they are. And I think we had some tremendous sets come through the ring, and I think the one that wins on this particular drive is what I'm hammering for in terms of a good-looking one that has tons of presence, comes out of the gate, heads up, spine down. Man, that guy is so good, and how he balances though from the side. I love the way he touches out here. That is real athleticism with a giant hard back, and that's hard to do, young lady, but that's what we got to have, and this show's tough enough. Man, that one's good though to win. I think the other one that's fresh and attractive, this all brown weather's really good, young lady, from that standpoint. He's second best, and we talk about the way he touches. He's got a really good shape to his rib cage. That is a really big loin edge that guy has. I love the way he proportions and transitions. He needs to be ultimately bigger backed and just wider up high if we're going to get around that one, but that's the other good looking one that balances and has some good shape in him out here. I think then we get into to 3 on this class, and man, this one's a little softer, a little plainer, wants to open in his top of his blade just a little more out here, but there's more real muscle in that guy than the one that's ahead of you, that all brown weather out here. I want him to be fresher and a little better built. I think he can definitely be second though out here from a muscle standpoint. That's tough on that. 2 and 3 are awfully tough there. I think then we get into the 2 more though that are awfully good in terms of their center body. I think we've got 2 really good feeding weathers out here. I think both of them, you step off and get in behind them though, and the widest part of their body is their center cage, and I need it to be their hip. I need it to be their pin set. I need them to be a little fresher up high, but man, the guys have done such a good job feeding them and getting them presented out here. Talk with those individuals. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Well, we've got 2 weathers that battle it out up on the top end, and man, they're both incredibly good built. They're both really big-ended out here, and I think you get on top of both of them, and they're just so hard and fresh out here. You ask them both to go, and man, they handle themselves well. I think as you step them in and just evaluating both of them from that standpoint, man, that guy is just a little better in his stifle out here. I love his upper hip. I think that guy out of that last class that we had fits the bill for me in this division. He's going to be champion over there. Congratulations. We're going to follow in, though, because I've got 2 giant-backed ones that are big-legged at the ground, and we talked about their differences. Skeletally, that guy is built better out there. Man, I think those 3, though, are awfully good. We're going to follow them in reserve and third right here. Congratulations. young lady brings out, and talking about a really nice class over there, and that brown weather young lady, there's a lot of good things about that guy, and up high, and the way he handles. You step off to the side of him, you can see the ditch down his back, and man, there's a lot of good in that dude out here. I think we've got some others, though, that proportion a little better, that maybe are just built just a notch better, a little more feature in them out here. I think we're going to go 4 and 5 out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 1. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 1.
Folks around ringside, if you would put your hands together for our champion born and raised division. Well, I couldn't be happier with this set of 6 out here, and the champions out of each of those divisions. Man, they're awfully good out here. I thought the young ladies doe in the middle just had some really cool pieces out of that division. That one had the most muscle and the best look and body shapes that I could find out of that division. I thought that one's awfully good, young lady, and I think there's a lot of good in her. Talked about that guy, though, in terms of where he's real good and how fresh and how good built he is up front. I thought those two matched up really well. I think then we get into a set, though, and the guy that wins out of that light division, young lady, I'm all in on that one. And I think, I don't know if you understand, I mean, how good that one is out here. That is a shallow, good neck, giant-backed lightweight. That just needs time and feed, young lady, and I think that guy can play in a divisional level on a bigger stage. I think he is that good out here, and he hits me like that. I didn't expect to see a lightweight weather that built like that out here. That is incredible how much he wedges and how good he ties in his upper blade out here. I think equally, though, I'm just as impressed with these two heavyweights out here, and I love this heavyweight that the young lady rolls out that wins out of that heavyweight heavier class. I think he's awfully good in how he's assembled and built. I think that's another one that can play on a bigger stage out here, just in how he's made in this lineup out here. I've got two that I really like from that standpoint, and when I get two I like, and the lightweight's good. The heavyweight, though, young lady, today is his day, and he's ready. He's 12 o'clock. That one's champion. Now the question is, though, do we keep the heavies together? That's the question, because I think the other young man's got one that's ready today. That is a giant back, and that guy, I love the way he's built out here. And my gut tells me, and I think reserve is safe for this. And young lady, I'm going to go out on a limb on this one every day of the week. That one's reserve out here. Congratulations.
Avery Kepler, please report to the makeup ring with your goat. Avery Kepler. Addison Flinner, if you are in the barn, please report to the announcer stand. Addison Flinner. This Jesse Hanshaw, please report to the makeup area. Jesse Hanshaw.
Oh, what a good lightweight class to kick off our next set of shows that we've got. And again, top two out of that last division were awfully good. And then we roll into another guy, though, that I think balances out really well. You watch them guys hit the dirt. As they come in, that guy's head's up, his spine and head carriage is right. I think his proportionality is good, and his presence, though, to me is what keeps him up. And there's still a good amount of muscle in that guy. And I think, again, to up to win this class. Young lady that's in second. That's a bigger hipped one, young lady, than the one in front of you. And I think you win the day in this class in terms of hip and stifle in him. I just need this guy to balance in proportion a little neater. And I think, again, though, there's still a lot of good in him. Get your hands on him. He's fresh. He's attractive out here. I like a lot of things about him, young lady, to be second out here. I think then we get into the next set, though, 3 and 4 on these two. And I'm going to take the one that has a little more muscle to him. I think both of them, though, need more shape right out of the backside of their blade. Both of them need bigger engines and bigger chests in them if we're going to roll them up a little higher. But, man, they got a nice loin. They got a nice hip in them. You guys have done a good job feeding on them as we get out. Young lady, why are you up on this one over the rest as we get out here? I think balance and proportionality is what keeps you up. I need more of him, though, in terms of back shape and muscle in him. He's got a nice hip, though, out here. Build quality keeps him up. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. think we've got two wethers up on the top end that are the best in terms of their forerib and body shapes. They're the best in terms of their width of their pin set and outer stifle when you get in behind them out here. And I think as we talk about setting them both in motion, though, we watch them make that big circle around. That guy's the better built one, better in his hind wheels, better up in his neck and his blade and how he's assembled up there. And I think, again, though, with muscle, that guy matches really well. I think that's the other big muscled one out here, young lady. Man, I love this guy's loin. I think that is incredible. He's good touching out here. A little straight off them rear two. Wants to not come apart just a notch more in his upper blade, and consequently, we can't get that guy to just balance and read with as much just functionality in his skeleton as the one that wins. But those two do such a good job, though, on the top end. Young man that rolls out next. Hey, buddy, I thought between these two, it gets tight out here. I thought you were a little bigger featured. I thought you had a little better hip right here. I need him to be fresher, though, and more manly down his back, though, in terms of muscle. But I thought that was a tight set right there. Young man does a really good job driving that one and getting him to go and getting him hard backed. Does he have enough feature? Does he have enough muscle and just hip to get around that one? I think he's better assembled up front, though, in your blade and chest, though, compared to what this guy is. And I think that's what makes it close between those two. You can do what you want with them. You can switch them up, and you're not going to hear much argument out of me. I think as we get into the remaining set of wethers out here, I think, again, lightweight, need more time on the feed bucket. Let's push them a little bit harder in terms of muscle and in terms of width. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. as we get out here to knock out our first division, and just extremely good quality in terms of depth out here. Reach down 5 deep at a county fair and find goats that are this good is hard to do. I think you guys have a really tough show out here in this top end. You get the guy that comes out, and I think those two are built a little different. And like we talked about, you judge what's in front of you out here. And again, I'd like for them to be a notch more similar in their kinds, but again, that's what the class presented. We get out here for division, and I think the young man's is really wide and opened up. I really like a lot of things about him, and I think we talked about those two, and I thought he balanced really well out here in this lineup. Young lady's having a tough time out here. We're not getting this guy presented. I'll tell you what I'm being presented, young lady, is his blade's opening up, he's working his way down and migrating and getting underneath himself and handling soft. We're trying to win division out here. We got to get him to present a little better. We got to get him to drive, because I think that one is the better built option. I think he is the better built one out here. But man, that guy doesn't want to show, doesn't want to present out here in this lineup. I like him though, young lady. We get out here though, and he handles nice when he is hard and when he is driving. I think he's awfully good from that standpoint. Tough call. We get out here in division. We're going to go with the young man to be champion out here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Boy, if I had a dollar for every time that happened at a show, I'd be an awfully rich man. I think that's it's very common. It happens. That guy exits though and leaves with a big back. He's fresh. I think that's a solid choice up here on the top end. Young lady, I like that weather an awful lot. I wish we could get him to present and drive out here. That guy's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Kayla Swain.
This young lady came out with a weather that I thought was really good built, young lady, and we talked about him in this class. This guy is one of the best ones we've seen today in terms of his hip shape and how big his stifle is naturally, and he's awfully green, but I like him an awful lot too. He's going to be third in this division. Congratulations.
Thank you.
When we get out here, and I think that talking about that guy that was second out of that class, young lady, we talked about needing to be better built, but man, there's not a lot of them out here that match his back shape and match his pin set out here, and I think he's good enough build up here to be fourth in this division. Congratulations. Well, between the other two that we've got, as we get to trying to find our fifth overall, I think both of them, we need to open them up and bust them open in their rib cage more and give them more real muscle. I'm going to take the better built one. This young man's going to be 5. Congratulations.
Kayla Swain, McKenna Conley, and Brant Morlock, please come to the makeup area. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 5. This is the second call for Meat Market Goat Class 5.
I'm going to stay committed to muscle. I'm going to stay committed to build quality and touch. And when you do that, that guy wins, young lady. That's a big featured wether that's really good up through his neck and blade. I love the way he handles, though. That's a hard, fresh, good backed one that's got a really nice hip and pin set in him out here. I think for me, he puts the most positives together out here to win this particular drive. I think the other big muscled one that has feature and can get out and move is the young man's doe here that we got here in second. And I think, again, we could take her spine and elevate her up a little more and just make that one just a notch more shapely right here. I think she's still fresh, though, young man. She still has good muscle. I thought those two balanced out and handled each other really well. That one's not ready yet, young lady. He needs more time to develop, but I still think that guy reads the best in terms of skeletal build and muscle as he's got. I think then we get into these two, and I'm going to let my hands do the talking. That guy's better in the shape and turn to his loin. He's better in his cage, and he's a little bigger right out of his hip, though. We just need to make him a little better in his build, young lady, a little fancier in his kind, and I think then we can sort him up. I thought that was a solid choice that we've got there in third. The young lady that rolls next, though, just get me a little more, young lady. This view right here just seals you right into 4 in this spot. And we just open his stifle up, open his pin set up, this view right here. But I tell you what, though, this is ultimately, though, on the other side, this view right here keeps him up over a lot of the others, too. He is good profiling, just need more muscle in that guy. As we come out next, though, the young ladies, and I think you can definitely justify this guy up a couple spots, young lady, no doubt about it. You know, where does he fit? I want his build quality to be better. He needs a little more muscle, but I think that guy, though, has got a nice hip in him out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Cadis Porter, please report to the makeup area with your goat. Delaney Doot and Paisley Morris, please come to the announcer's stand. Delaney Dute, please report to the announcer's stand. Delaney Dute, please report to the announcer's stand.
Well, we're going to turn up the heat quite a bit in this particular drive, and toughest class that we've had yet today out here. And I think we can reach down all the way to 5 in this one, and you're going to find awfully good ones, 6, 7, 8, all the way down on this class. Awfully good set of goats. Top 2 are awfully tough, and I'm going to tell you where I'm at on them out here. Young man, you can take one glance and look back at that one, and I know that this one has a bigger hip. I know that you have more stifle out there, and I know that's what you're looking for out here. I'm going to tell you though, as we get out here, we weigh the checks and balances between muscle and build quality out here. That one's the better built one. That one gets out and moves really well. He's still really hard and fresh, big loined and big cage in this guy. Fancies up, really nice though. He needs to be bigger right here, and I think that is where you win the day over him. You've got a bigger hip. You've got a bigger stifle in him. A little coarser right here, deeper and more open in that blade. Don't read him to be quite as good right here as he transitions down his top, but he's really good featured at the ground, and I think if we could just build him a little bit better, I'd use him to win this class. You want to muscle him out, that guy can definitely win this class. Young man, you've done a good job on him, and I think those two really match up well out here. If I could put them both together, I'd have one heck of a goat weather out here to win in this drive. We get into 3 though, and young lady, what you win the day of is the hardest backed one in class. There is not another one out here that's as hard and fresh as what that guy does. He touches back so good. I love his loin. It's crawling up out of his back right here. I need him to proportion a little better. We got to be a little bigger right here, and I need that guy to balance better as he transitions out of his blade. Just get him to proportion right and balance from the side. But man, there is so much good in that guy, and I'm being hard on him, young lady. You got 2 in front of you that are awfully good, 3 and down. And then we get into the one though that's probably the best looking one from the side in terms of elevation, in terms of presence, and how his blade matches up. Of the top 5 though, that guy pound for pound might be the lighter muscled one, and I need him to have a bigger loin and upper hip, but I love his balance. I love how fancy that guy is from the side, and I love build quality. He handles that very well out here, young lady. We get into 5 on this one, and I think another one though that's got good loin shape in him. I need him to be better in his blade construction, young lady, and a little better and make him square and bigger right here out of the backside of his blade. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a really good class.
This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 6.
Well, it's been so much fun to sort through the stock today, and man, they just keep coming out of the gate, and I love it. I love how good these goats are. I love how good the kids are. I love the sportsmanship. I love the intensity. They all have fire. They want to win, and man, there's a lot to be said for that. I think the example that parents set and helpers and everyone above has just been top notch out here. Buddy, I'll tell you what, never had that one out of first in this class. I thought that one, just build quality is incredible. Man, that guy's an athletic man, and that's what it takes to win at a higher level. I think he matches up really well. I love how big penned he is. I love how good necked he is. He's round, got a giant loin in him out here. Checks all the boxes for me to win this class. I think then we get into one in second, though, and this one's the big backed one out here. And I think this is where we found the line. And where do we draw the line in muscle in relation to build? And man, young lady, I think we're getting out there. That guy's starting to bulldog up in his blade and his hind wheels, and we get in behind him. He's a little straighter because he has so much muscle and with the skeleton, and so we got to keep the wheels on the bus is the key out here. And I think that guy just needs to be built a notch better. But man, there is not another one out here though that matches how much spread and how much hip that guy has in this class. Man, I like this one. I love how fancy he is from the side, big featured, good looking out here. I get him behind him though, and of the top three, that one's the narrowest by a considerable margin in the center cage. That guy's rocking a little four-cylinder when we've got some V8s over here, big engines in them. I need to open him up more. I need that guy to be bigger out of his stifle out here. I love his build quality though, young man. That's a good loin in him. He's still fresh out here in this lineup. I think we get into 4 and 5 in this last, and young lady, this guy's a little piecey in his top line, and I don't know how much of that's attitude in relation to how he's wanting to cooperate. Obviously wanting to lay down in the ring out here. Not a good thing, I understand, but out here he's got good muscle. I need his build to be better. I need him to be built better out of his blade and shoulder. I need him to move better out here in this class. Young lady that's 5 out here, done a really nice job with him. Neck length on that guy is good. I like his length of spine and loin. I just need more muscle in him. Give me more feature on him. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a really good class.
This is the second call for Meat Market Class 6. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 7. First call, Meat Market Goat Class 7.
Well, I think a very competitive division, and there's so many good goats out here that represent a lot of quality, and they've done such a good job feeding on them. I think this class was really good, and how it matched up. I get into this class, and there was a lot of depth in those 5, all the way down, and then we march out, though, and we get a lot of depth out of that class, too. I think that those sets of goats, though, are awfully good in how they balance and match up. I think on the top end, these two are where the battle's at. And I think build quality-wise, this one's the best built one out here. And I think what then we're talking about with this young man out here, and that's what I fight with on those two, I think this guy's a little better built up front. That one's got a bigger loin and a bigger stifle and center leg in him. And so again, we try to get these two to match up and balance the way we need them to out here. I like them both an awful lot. Again, you're talking about this guy, young lady, handles with a really good shape and a big loin in him out here. Is he big enough in his hip to win division? That's the key. Does he have enough stifle and pin set? And I think that, get in on this guy, though, and that is a giant loin. I can barely span the edge on that loin. I love how he transitions up into his neck and blade. Those are some big feet and some good big feet that he uses well. There's no question that one is wilder in terms of his outer stifle edge than what that guy is out here, but there's so many good things about him out here. I like that one to be champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now that's the key, though, is we find one that's built well, that has muscle and has a big hip in him, and then we've got a good built one, and we've got one with power that we want to make better and build quality. I like these two an awful lot. We're going to go reserve third on those zone. Congratulations. We're definitely not
This is
done
the
yet.
second call for Class 7.
Well, we're definitely not done yet, because that still is one of the freshest, biggest backed ones. And again, we just make him a little better in his build quality. I like that one for out here, young lady. Congratulations. And I think the young lady that wins out of this last class, that guy just needs to develop more in his center body. There's a lot of good in him, though, his loin and hip. I like him 5 out here, young lady. Congratulations.
This is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Class 7. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 8.
Well, this is getting really good out here, and man, they just keep coming out of the gate. The young man that leads off this particular drive, though, that is one of the better built critters that we've had come through the ring today. And man, that guy is just wild when you get your hands on him. Giant back, athleticism, even though in the midst of him not wanting to walk around the ring, that guy still is built right. Attitude isn't the greatest, but it's okay, young man. It happens. That one's right, though. Man, that is a good silhouette that guy creates up here on the top end. The other one, though, that's good looking, that has muscle out here, I like that one's loin. Young lady, I think that one's really good. I need a bigger hip and stifle in him, though, if we're going to get around that one in this class. I think they both match up well. I love watching him motor around the ring. He gets out and prances, has real athleticism in his body, and still handles it well out here. Those two, awfully good. The other one that's really good built, and maybe not as experienced of a showman, young lady, and I mean that with the most utmost respect to you. I think if you could manage his front end a little better and manage his head a little bit better, that guy's pin set is giant. He's got a really big loin in him, and he's built right from the side. That's what keeps him up out here. Just got to get him to proportion maybe a little better and prop up a little neater, but I've done a nice job with him, young lady. This one's muscle goat in class, and if you like muscle and you're a production guy, you're going to love this one, and how big that guy's loin eye is and how big his shape is up high. Just gets jammed up front, gets deeper and coarser, shorter in his body out here, young man, but he can definitely move up another spot, that's for sure. There's a lot of muscle in that guy. I like that, and he works him up. Young lady that's 5 out here, that one's a little better built than the one in front of you. You get out and move better, your spine's better in you. You know, again, will you take the muscle over the build in this situation? Does he have enough to be 4th in this class? I think he does, and again, though, just need more of him right here, young lady, and a bigger hip in that guy. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Austin Miller, please report to the makeup area with your goat. Austin Miller.
We have absolutely two heaters right here in this division or this class. We're going to duke it out right now in class. And I think these two, man, I remember both of them from Showmanship. As we get them out here, the young man in the purple, that is without a doubt the hardest backed, just freshest one that I've handled yet today. And I think that guy is so big in his loin. I love the way he proportions from the side. I think that guy is massive. He's wide in his chest. He's opened up. Young man's doing a good job keeping his neck pulled up and his front end pulled up out here. The young lady comes out with just a weather that's so sporty, young lady. That one comes out high-headed, head carriage on that one, length of neck. That guy's got a giant loin in him out here. I think, again, we ask him to go. Young man is putting the hurt on you, young lady, as far as showmanship out here. That guy is really stepping up to the plate and getting that one right and challenging me a bunch out here. I know in my gut, and I know that one, when I watch him go, that is the better built one, and I think that one is the bigger back. Still big back, though. Still really big pinned out here. He handles so fresh, though, still, and yet in the midst of him pulling back, that is a better blade design. That is a better head carriage. That is a better spine in him. I love these two so much out here in this lineup. Young lady's going to win the class. Young man's going to be second. Boy, those two really challenge a guy. I like them both an awful lot. I'm going to take the better built one. I'm going to take the one that's fancier from the side, and they both have lots of muscle out here. Young man's going to be third in this lineup, and I think another one, though, that has so much muscle and power. I love that one in Showmanship, buddy, and we are just not getting him stuck. We are not getting him to drive out here, and I feel bad for you, buddy. There's a lot of hard work you can tell been put into that guy. He's awfully good. I hope you can get him right, though, for division out here. We get into 4 and 5 in these two, and just getting a little heavier, a little coarser up in their blade. Goats, so that maybe don't have the back out here like some of the others, but man, that is a solid class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is the first call for lightweight division and heavy middleweight division champion and reserve champion. Lightweight and middleweight champion and reserve champions.
I believe we're rounding out and we're going to start working through divisions in our final. I think the top two, though, have the right kind of presence and build quality out here. I thought the guy that wins, though, is a little better in his hip assembly and how that guy's constructed out of his hind wheels. I thought, that guy handled really fresh, and I love his athleticism up front. Young lady, he wins. I think then we get into second, though, and that's the other good-looking one up front. He's not quite as big in his loin, not quite as big right here in his stifle and upper hip. Want to get in behind him. I like that one an awful lot from that standpoint. I think they fit together really well as big heavyweight weathers that are still fresh and handle good out here. We get into two weathers that maybe some age is setting in on them. We're getting a little coarser and deeper right here up front. Maybe don't handle as fresh and attractive, though, when we get our hands on them out here. But I still think they've done a nice job. Skin and hair is good on them. Did a nice job feeding on them out here. Again, though, we talk about age setting in on a lot of them skeletally. I think the same thing can be said here for this guy as we round out, young lady. I think I would like to seen him a little sooner in life. And I think right now he's just getting a little stale, a little past his prime out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This is the second call for lightweight and middleweight division champion and reserve champions to come to the makeup area. We need third through fifth place lightweight and middleweight winners to come to the announcer stand with your ribbons, please.
Well, as we round out on our final in the heavyweight division, I think again we talk about maybe some of those lighter weight ones in the heavyweights maybe stayed a little fresher, stayed together a little better. As we talk about age setting in on that older class, I think that was maybe the key on some of those. We had some really tough sets though all the way through on this set. I think the one though that really hit me hard out here, the young lady wins out of that class that we talk about in that second to last class. I love that white blonde-headed weather that's out here. I think his build quality is incredible, young lady. I love the young man in the purple though. I thought that one's back shape was incredible. I love the way those two match up. We're going to keep them together out here. Champion reserve. For third, though, I've got another one, though, that I think is incredible built. And again, maybe a couple areas we talk about him, he's maybe not quite as out there as the other two when we talk about pushing boundaries. But young man that wins out of that class is going to be third. Congratulations. Young lady that wins out of that heavier weight class. I thought that build quality on that dude was awfully good. I like him 4 out here, young lady. Congratulations. We've got one more spot out here, and I think as we talk about that, it gets down between the young man and this young lady right here, and I think both of them have done a really good job. Young lady, talking about that one, does he have enough muscle and feature to be up in the top end? Are we getting that one presented enough? I love the back, I love the hip. I wish we could get him shown, buddy. I like him 5 out here. Congratulations.
This is the first call for Wayne County born and raised champion, grand champion and reserve grand champion to come to the makeup area. Well, I think a very good set in this division, and we're going to find the two that we need, and then we're going to bring them back out again for that final to go against those two born and raised. And, just talking about winning our division, now we got to get out for the final. And how do we do that? I love the build quality of all 3 of these out here. I think those reserves over there have so many things to offer and talk about as we go. I thought that lighter class, we had 2 that I think matched up really well, and I think that we talked about muscle in between them, and they both were awfully good from that standpoint. We got into these 2 out of that middleweight division, and I took the bigger hipped one out of those 2. Thought that guy was a little fancier up front, but I would never call that one a bad fronted one, young man, by any means out here. I still love his loin. I love how big backed he is out here.
Young lady, I'm not gonna lie, I get some just incredible views of this one. I wish that he would cooperate. I wish he would drive out here because we're starting to get into it where we've got others that are challenging him, and from a showing standpoint, I need you to get that one to drive and go out here in this lineup. As we continue to go, though, I just love his athleticism, his back shape, though. I challenge you to find another one out here that's bigger back, that sets his spine down like he does and gets his blade design. And that's where I got hard on this guy, was his center spine and just the way his blade's constructed. I love how big backed and opened up that guy is. That one is so exotic, and the turn to his cage and how big hipped he is out here. I like them both an awful lot. We're going to keep the heavies together. Champion reserve.
Heidi, can you please come to the announcer's stand? Guys, we're showing for our grand and reserve overall champion market goat. For our born and raised division, our champion was Delaney Dute, and our reserve was Paisley Morris. In our regular division, our champion was Aubrey Lingle, and our reserve was Caleb Badger. Please give them a big round of applause.
Folks around ringside, if you would, make some noise for our champion final drive out here. They've done an incredible job throughout the day. These are my four. Those are the four that I think are the best four in the barn. When we talk about the market livestock that can present, market livestock that have genuine muscle though, but the ones though that have athleticism, they can get out and move, they handle themselves well, they push boundaries in areas, and you know, again, just try to relate on that as much as I can out here. I thought the top four were awfully good in how they're made. I couldn't tell you how proud I am of all the breeders and all the showmen and all the families that have put all that time and effort and energy in to get them this far. These four are incredible. I think they did a really good job.
I did have an extremely good time today in the dough show and in the showmanship. And I did want to take this time, if you guys would, put your hands together for the ring help out here and for all my help in the show ring today. Thank you. Absolutely busting your butt out here to make sure this ring and the show ran efficiently. Absolutely 100%. Thank you so much. And thank you to the show committee. Absolutely just a top-notch ran show. I love how much recognition they give. I love how many chances you get to come back out in the ring and push on that so much because, you know, again, you get so many places and it gets very minimal. So appreciate that as we go. I'm not going to give you a big speech today, and again, I'm going to focus on the goats out here. I honestly didn't know what I was going to do coming into the drive, and that's not a normal thing for me. Normally, I've got a pretty good idea of where I'm going to land out here. I wanted to see, though, how good looking that one was, and I wanted to see how manly that one was and how they compared against each other out here. I love the length of neck. I love the presentation, and on that guy, I wish he'd show better out here, but I thought that one was awfully good, young lady. Athleticism and build quality on that guy. There's not another one out here built better than him in this deal. Young lady that rolls out of that heavier class, or that early class, when we talk about the born and raised, I loved his proportionality. I love his balance out here, young lady. That one's incredible, and how big-backed he is. I still like the way his blade lays back on his rib cage the right way. His spine still lays in him nice out here. He can still move out here, and that's hard to do when you're that big-chested and that big-backed out here in class. Those two hit me awfully hard. To the two reserves that we had, this guy, I didn't have another one out here today that handled as hard as this guy and is just as giant and ditched up as this guy is out here. You know, talking about build quality on him, he's a little prominent in the point of his shoulder. He wants to get up in his spine and not transition as well into his hip loin as we get him out here. I do still think that guy, though, there's so much good in him. Young man, I love the way you have managed him. I love the way you have fed him. I think you have maxed him to his full potential out here as far as feed and as far as getting that guy rolling. Young lady, I wouldn't leave you out of the mix if I didn't say I love that lightweight an awful lot. I know traditionally in Ohio, though, that you know, the top two usually it's terminal for them and they have to be tested out here. I think that one has a lot of life left in him, and I think that's a case, though, that if I'm going to use him, I'm going to use him to win the whole show, young lady. But I want to see him move on. I want to see what you can do with him out here. I think that one on a big stage and some green shavings would do pretty decent out here. But I think that we talk about the top two. I'm going to give him another look, and we'll find your champion. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Well, we give the champion the slap, and love that guy an awful lot. I think big-backed and good-looking out here. I think the other young lady rolls out a fancy one that's good built. I like those two an awful lot along the rail, and I think that young man in the purple will definitely be commended. Had a great time today. I love the goats out here. Young lady's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
you.